of an intolerable pressure on my chest. I struggled for breath, and found my arms and legs pinned and my whole body in a kind of wooden vice. I was sick with concussion, and could do nothing but gasp and choke down my nausea. The cut in the back of my head was bleeding freely, and that helped to clear my wits, but I lay for a minute or two incapable of thought. I shut my eyes tight, as a man does when he is fighting with a swoon. When I opened them there was light. It came from the left side of the room, the broad glare of a strong electric torch. I watched it stupidly, but it gave me the fillip needed to pick up the threads. I remembered the tunnel now and the Kansas journalist. Then behind the light I saw a face which pulled my flickering senses out of the mire. I saw the heavy ulster and the cap, which I had realized, though I had not seen, outside in the dark laurels. They belonged to the journalist, Clarence Dunn, the trusted emissary of Blenkiron. But I saw his face now, and it was that face which I had boasted to Bullivant I could never mistake again upon earth. I did not mistake it now, and I remember I had a faint satisfaction that I had made good my word. I had not mistaken it, for I had not had the chance to look at it till this moment. I saw with acid clearness the common denominator of all its disguises. The young man who lisped in the seaside villa, the stout philanthropist of Bigleswick, the pulpy panic-stricken creature of the tube station, the trim French staff officer of the Picardy chateau. I saw more, for I saw it beyond the need of disguise. I was looking at von Schwabing, the exile, who had done more for Germany than any army commander. Mary's words came back to me, the most dangerous man in the world. I was not afraid, or broken-hearted at failure, or angry, not yet, for I was too dazed and awestruck. I looked at him as one might look at some cataclysm of nature which had destroyed a continent. The face was smiling. "I am happy to offer you hospitality at last," it said. I pulled my wits farther out of the mud to attend to him. The crossbar on my chest pressed less hard and I breathed better. But when I tried to speak, the words would not come. "We are old friends," he went on. "We have known each other quite intimately for 4 years, which is a long time in war. I have been interested in you, for you have a kind of crude intelligence, and you have compelled me to take you seriously. If you were cleverer you would appreciate the compliment. But you were fool enough to think you could beat me, and for that you must be punished. Oh no, don't flatter yourself you were ever dangerous. You were only troublesome and presumptuous like a mosquito one flicks off one's sleeve." He was leaning against the side of a heavy closed door. He lit a cigar from a little gold tinder box and regarded me with amused eyes. "You will have time for reflection, so I propose to enlighten you a little. You are an observer of little things. So, did you ever see a cat with a mouse? The mouse runs about and hides and maneuvers and thinks it is playing its own game. But at any moment the cat can stretch out its paw and put an end to it. You are the mouse, my poor general, for I believe you are one of those funny amateurs that the English call generals. At any moment during the last 9 months I could have put an end to you with a nod. My nausea had stopped and I could understand what he said, though I had still no power to reply. Let me explain, he went on. I watched with amusement your gambols at Big Leswick. My eyes followed you when you went to the Clyde and in your stupid twistings in Scotland. I gave you rope, because you were futile, and I had graver things to attend to. I allowed you to amuse yourself at your British front with childish investigations and to play the fool in Paris. I have followed every step of your course in Switzerland, and I have helped your idiotic Yankee friend to plot against myself. While you thought you were drawing your net around me, I was drawing mine around you. I assure you, it has been a charming relaxation from serious business. I knew the man was lying. Some part was true, for he had clearly fooled Blenkiron, but I remembered the hurried flight from Big Leswick and Oak at St. Anne when the game was certainly against him. He had me at his mercy, and was wreaking his vanity on me. That made him smaller in my eyes, and my first awe began to pass. I never cherish rancor, you know, he said. In my business it is silly to be angry, for it wastes energy. But I do not tolerate insolence, my dear General. And my country has the habit of doing justice on her enemies. It may interest you to know that the end is not far off. Germany has faced a jealous world in arms and she is about to be justified of her great courage. She has broken up bit by bit the clumsy organization of her opponents. Where is Russia today, the steamroller that was to crush us? Where is the poor dupe Romania? Where is the strength of Italy, who was once to do wonders for what she called liberty? Broken, all of them. I have played my part in that work and now the need is past. My country with free hands is about to turn upon your armed rabble in the West and drive it into the Atlantic. Then we shall deal with the ragged remains of France and the handful of noisy Americans. By midsummer there will be peace dictated by triumphant Germany. By God, there won't. I had found my voice at last. By God, there will, he said pleasantly. It is what you call a mathematical certainty. You will no doubt die bravely, like the savage tribes that your empire used to conquer. But we have the greater discipline and the stronger spirit and the bigger brain. Stupidity is always punished in the end, and you are a stupid race. Do not think that your kinsmen across the Atlantic will save you. They are a commercial people and by no means sure of themselves. When they have blustered a little they will see reason and find some means of saving their faces. Their comic president will make a speech or two and write us a solemn note, and we will reply with the serious rhetoric which he loves, and then we shall kiss and be friends. You know in your heart that it will be so. A great apathy seemed to settle on me. This bragging did not make me angry, and I had no longer any wish to contradict him. It may have been the result of the fall, but my mind had stopped working. I heard his voice as one listens casually to the ticking of a clock. I will tell you more, he was saying. This is the evening of the 18th day of March. Your generals in France expect an attack, but they are not sure where it will come. Some think it may be in Champagne or on the Aisne, some at Ypres, some at Saint-Quentin. Well, my dear General, you alone will I take into our confidence. On the morning of the 21st, 3 days from now, we attack the right wing of the British Army. In 2 days we shall be in Amiens. On the 3rd we shall have driven a wedge as far as the sea. Then in a week or so we shall have rolled up your army from the right, and presently we shall be in Boulogne and Calais. After that Paris falls, and then peace. I made no answer. The word Amiens recalled Mary, and I was trying to remember the day in January when she and I had motored south from that pleasant city. Why do I tell you these things? Your intelligence, for you are not altogether foolish, will have supplied the answer. It is because your life is over. As your Shakespeare says, the rest is silence. No, I am not going to kill you. That would be crude, and I hate crudities. I am going now on a little journey, and when I return in 24 hours' time you will be my companion. You are going to visit Germany, my dear General. That woke me to attention, and he noticed it, for he went on with gusto. You have heard of the Untergrundbahn? No. And you boast of an intelligence service. Yet your ignorance is shared by the whole of your general staff. It is a little organization of my own. By it we can take unwilling and dangerous people inside our frontier to be dealt with as we please. Some have gone from England and many from France. Officially I believe they are recorded as missing, but they did not go astray on any battlefield. They have been gathered from their homes or from hotels or offices or even the busy streets. I will not conceal from you that the service of our underground railway is a little irregular from England and France. But from Switzerland it is smooth as a trunk line. There are unwatched spots on the frontier, and we have our agents among the frontier guards, and we have no difficulty about passes. It is a pretty device, and you will soon be privileged to observe its working. In Germany I cannot promise you comfort, but I do not think your life will be dull. As he spoke these words, his urbane smile changed to a grin of impish malevolence. Even through my torpor I felt the venom and I shivered. When I return I shall have another companion. His voice was honeyed again. There is a certain pretty lady who was to be the bait to entice me into Italy. It was so. Well, I have fallen to the bait. I have arranged that she shall meet me this very night at a mountain inn on the Italian side. I have arranged, too, that she shall be alone. She is an innocent child, and I do not think that she has been more than a tool in the clumsy hands of your friends. She will come with me when I ask her, and we shall be a merry party in the Underground Express. My apathy vanished, and every nerve in me was alive at the words. You cur! I cried. She loathes the sight of you. She wouldn't touch you with the end of a barge pole. He flicked the ash from his cigar. I think you are mistaken. I am very persuasive, and I do not like to use compulsion with a woman. But, willing or not, she will come with me. I have worked hard and I am entitled to my pleasure, and I have set my heart on that little lady. There was something in his tone, gross, leering, assured, half contemptuous, that made my blood boil. He had fairly got me on the raw, and the hammer beat violently in my forehead. I could have wept with sheer rage, and it took all my fortitude to keep my mouth shut. But I was determined not to add to his triumph. He looked at his watch. "Time passes," he said. "I must depart to my charming assignation. I will give your remembrances to the lady. Forgive me for making no arrangements for your comfort till I return. Your constitution is so sound that it will not suffer from a day's fasting. To set your mind at rest, I may tell you that escape is impossible. This mechanism has been proved too often, and if you did break loose from it, my servants would deal with you. But I must speak a word of caution. If you tamper with it or struggle too much, it will act in a curious way. The floor beneath you covers a shaft which runs to the lake below. Set a certain spring at work and you may find yourself shot down into the water far below the ice, where your body will rot till the spring. That, of course, is an alternative open to you, if you do not care to wait for my return." He lit a fresh cigar, waved his hand, and vanished through the doorway. As it shut behind him, the sound of his footsteps instantly died away. The walls must have been as thick as a prison's. I suppose I was what people in books call stunned. The illumination during the past few minutes had been so dazzling that my brain could not master it. I remember very clearly that I did not think about the ghastly failure of our scheme, or the German plans which had been insolently unfolded to me as to one dead to the world. I saw a single picture, an inn in a snowy valley. I saw it as a small place like Peter's cottage, a solitary girl, that smiling devil who had left me, and then the unknown terror of the underground railway. I think my courage went for a bit, and I cried with feebleness and rage. The hammer in my forehead had stopped, for it only beat when I was angry in action. Now that I lay trapped, the manhood had slipped out of my joints, and if Ivy had still been in the doorway, I think I would have whined for mercy. I would have offered him all the knowledge I had in the world if he had promised to leave Mary alone. Happily he wasn't there, and there was no witness of my cowardice. Happily, too, it is just as difficult to be a coward for long as to be a hero. It was Blenkiron's phrase about Mary that pulled me together: "She can't scare and she can't soil." No, by heavens, she couldn't. I could trust my lady far better than I could trust myself. I was still sick with anxiety, but I was getting a pull on myself. I was done in, but Ivy would get no triumph out of me. Either I would go under the ice, or I would find a chance of putting a bullet through my head before I crossed the frontier. If I could do nothing else, I could perish decently. And then I laughed, and I knew I was past the worst. What made me laugh was the thought of Peter. I had been pitying him an hour ago for having only one leg, but now he was abroad in the living, breathing world with years before him, and I lay in the depths, limbless and lifeless, with my number up. I began to muse on the cold water under the ice where I could go if I wanted. I did not think that I would take that road, for a man's chances are not gone till he is stone dead, but I was glad the way existed. And then I looked at the wall in front of me, and, very far up, I saw a small square window. The stars had been clouded when I entered that accursed house, but the mist must have cleared. I saw my old friend Orion, the hunter's star, looking through the bars. And that suddenly made me think. Peter and I had watched them by night, and I knew the place of all the chief constellations in relation to the St. Anton Valley. I believed that I was in a room on the lake side of the Pink Chalet. I must be, if Ivy had spoken the truth. But if so, I could not conceivably see Orion from its window. There was no other possible conclusion. I must be in a room on the east side of the house, and Ivy had been lying. He had already lied in his boasting of how he had outwitted me in England and at the front. He might be lying about Mary. No, I dismissed that hope. Those words of his had rung true enough. I thought for a minute and concluded that he had lied to terrorize me and keep me quiet. Therefore this infernal contraption had probably its weak point. I reflected, too, that I was pretty strong, far stronger probably than Ivy imagined, for he had never seen me stripped. Since the place was pitch dark I could not guess how the thing worked, but I could feel the crossbars rigid on my chest and legs and the side bars which pinned my arms to my sides. I drew a long breath and tried to force my elbows apart. Nothing moved, nor could I raise the bars on my legs the smallest fraction. Again I tried, and again. The sidebar on my right seemed to be less rigid than the others. I managed to get my right hand raised above the level of my thigh, and then with a struggle I got a grip with it on the crossbar, which gave me a small leverage. With a mighty effort I drove my right elbow and shoulder against the sidebar. It seemed to give slightly. I summoned all my strength and tried again. There was a crack and then a splintering. The massive bar shuffled limply back, and my right arm was free to move laterally, though the crossbar prevented me from raising it. With some difficulty I got at my coat pocket where reposed my electric torch and my pistol. With immense labor and no little pain I pulled the former out and switched it on by drawing the catch against the crossbar. Then I saw my prison house. It was a little square chamber, very high, with on my left the massive door by which Ivy had departed. The dark balks of my rack were plain, and I could roughly make out how the thing had been managed. Some spring had tilted up the flooring, and dropped the framework from its place in the right-hand wall. It was clamped, I observed, by an arrangement in the floor just in front of the door. If I could get rid of that catch it would be easy to free myself, for to a man of my strength the weight would not be impossibly heavy. My fortitude had come back to me, and I was living only in the moment, choking down any hope of escape. My first job was to destroy the catch that clamped down the rack, and for that my only weapon was my pistol. I managed to get the little electric torch jammed in the corner of the crossbar, where it lit up the floor towards the door. Then it was hell's own business extricating the pistol from my pocket. Wrist and fingers were always cramping, and I was in terror that I might drop it where I could not retrieve it. I forced myself to think out calmly the question of the clamp, for a pistol bullet is a small thing, and I could not afford to miss. I reasoned it out from my knowledge of mechanics, and came to the conclusion that the center of gravity was a certain bright spot of metal which I could just see under the crossbars. It was bright and so must have been recently repaired, and that was another reason for thinking it important. The question was how to hit it, for I could not get the pistol in line with my eye. Let anyone try that kind of shooting, with a bent arm over a bar, when you are lying flat and looking at the mark from under the bar, and he will understand its difficulties. I had 6 shots in my revolver, and I must fire 2 or 3 ranging shots in any case. I must not exhaust all my cartridges, for I must have a bullet left for any servant who came to pry, and I wanted one in reserve for myself. But I did not think shots would be heard outside the room, the walls were too thick. I held my wrist rigid above the crossbar and fired. The bullet was an inch to the right of the piece of bright steel. Moving a fraction, I fired again. I had grazed it on the left. With aching eyes glued on the mark, I tried a third time. I saw something leap apart, and suddenly the whole framework under which I lay fell loose and mobile. I was very cool and restored the pistol to my pocket and took the torch in my hand before I moved. Fortune had been kind, for I was free. I turned on my face, humped my back, and without much trouble crawled out from under the contraption. I did not allow myself to think of ultimate escape, for that would only flurry me, and one step at a time was enough. I remember that I dusted my clothes, and found that the cut in the back of my head had stopped bleeding. I retrieved my hat, which had rolled into a corner when I fell. Then I turned my attention to the next step. The tunnel was impossible, and the only way was the door. If I had stopped to think, I would have known that the chances against getting out of such a house were 1,000 to 1. The pistol shots had been muffled by the cavernous walls, but the place, as I knew, was full of servants, and, even if I passed the immediate door, I would be collared in some passage. But I had myself so well in hand that I tackled the door as if I had been prospecting to sink a new shaft in Rhodesia. It had no handle nor, so far as I could see, a keyhole. But I noticed, as I turned my torch on the ground, that from the clamp which I had shattered a brass rod sunk in the floor led to one of the door posts. Obviously the thing worked by a spring and was connected with the mechanism of the rack. A wild thought entered my mind and brought me to my feet. I pushed the door and it swung slowly open. The bullet which freed me had released the spring which controlled it. Then for the first time, against all my maxims of discretion, I began to hope. I took off my hat and felt my forehead burning, so that I rested it for a moment on the cool wall. Perhaps my luck still held. With a rush came thoughts of Mary and Blenkiron and Peter and everything we had labored for, and I was mad to win. I had no notion of the interior of the house or where lay the main door to the outer world. My torch showed me a long passage with something like a door at the far end, but I clicked it off, for I did not dare to use it now. The place was deadly quiet. As I listened, I seemed to hear a door open far away, and then silence fell again. I groped my way down the passage till I had my hands on the far door. I hoped it might open on the hall, where I could escape by a window or a balcony, for I judged the outer door would be locked. I listened, and there came no sound from within. It was no use lingering, so very stealthily I turned the handle and opened it a crack. It creaked and I waited with beating heart on discovery, for inside I saw the glow of light. But there was no movement, so it must be empty. I poked my head in and then followed with my body. It was a large room, with logs burning in a stove, and the floor thick with rugs. It was lined with books, and on a table in the center a reading lamp was burning. Several dispatch boxes stood on the table, and there was a little pile of papers. A man had been here a minute before, for a half-smoked cigar was burning on the edge of the inkstand. At that moment I recovered complete use of my wits and all my self-possession. More, there returned to me some of the old devil-may-careness which before had served me well. Ivy had gone, but this was his sanctum. Just as on the roofs of Ertarum I had burned to get at Stum's papers, so now it was borne in on me that at all costs I must look at that pile. I advanced to the table and picked up the topmost paper. It was a little typewritten blue slip with the lettering in italics, and in a corner a curious, involved stamp in red ink. On it I read, Die Wildvogel müssen him kehren. At the same moment I heard steps and the door opened on the far side. I stepped back towards the stove, and fingered the pistol in my pocket. A man entered, a man with a scholar's stoop, an unkempt beard, and large sleepy dark eyes. At the sight of me he pulled up and his whole body grew taut. It was the Portuguese Jew, whose back I had last seen at the smithy door in Skye, and who by the mercy of God had never seen my face. I stopped fingering my pistol, for I had an inspiration. Before he could utter a word I got in first. Die Vogelein schweigen im Wald, I said. His face broke into a pleasant smile, and he replied, Wartner, Baldru hast du auch. Ach, he said in German, holding out his hand, you have come this way, when we thought you would go by Modane. I welcome you, for I know your exploits. You are Conradi, who did so nobly in Italy. I bowed. Yes, I am Conradi, I said. Chapter 17 The Call of the Swallows. He pointed to the slip on the table. You have seen the orders. I nodded. The long day's work is over. You must rejoice, for your part has been the hardest, I think. Some day you will tell me about it. The man's face was honest and kindly, rather like that of the engineer Gadian, whom 2 years before I had met in Germany. But his eyes fascinated me, for they were the eyes of the dreamer and fanatic, who would not desist from his quest while life lasted. I thought that Ivier had chosen well in his colleague. My task is not done yet, I said. I came here to see Chalias. He will be back tomorrow evening. Too late. I must see him at once. He has gone to Italy, and I must overtake him. You know your duty best, he said gravely. But you must help me. I must catch him at Santa Chiara, for it is a business of life and death. Is there a car to be had? There is mine. But there is no chauffeur. Chalias took him. I can drive myself and I know the road. But I have no pass to cross the frontier. That is easily supplied, he said, smiling. In one bookcase there was a shelf of dummy books. He unlocked this and revealed a small cupboard, whence he took a tin dispatch box. From some papers he selected one, which seemed to be already signed. Name, he asked. Call me Hans Gruber of Brieg, I said. I travel to pick up my master, who is in the timber trade. And your return? I will come back by my old road, I said mysteriously, and if he knew what I meant it was more than I did myself. He completed the paper and handed it to me. This will take you through the frontier posts. And now for the car. The servants will be in bed, for they have been preparing for a long journey, but I will myself show it you. There is enough petrol on board to take you to Rome. He led me through the hall, unlocked the front door, and we crossed the snowy lawn to the garage. The place was empty but for a great car, which bore the marks of having come from the muddy lowlands. To my joy I saw that it was a Daimler, a type with which I was familiar. I lit the lamps, started the engine, and ran it out onto the road. You will want an overcoat, he said. I never wear them. Food. I have some chocolate. I will breakfast at Santa Chiara. Well, God go with you. A minute later I was tearing along the lakeside towards St. Anton village. I stopped at the cottage on the hill. Peter was not yet in bed. I found him sitting by the fire, trying to read, but I saw by his face that he had been waiting anxiously on my coming. We're in the soup, old man, I said as I shut the door. In a dozen sentences I told him of the night's doings, of Ivier's plan and my desperate errand. You wanted a share, I cried. Well, everything depends on you now. I'm off after Ivier, and God knows what will happen. Meantime, you have got to get on to Blenkiron, and tell him what I've told you. He must get the news through to GHQ somehow. He must trap the wild birds before they go. I don't know how, but he must. Tell him it's all up to him and you, for I'm out of it. I must save Mary, and if God's willing I'll settle with Ivier. But the big job is for Blenkiron, and you. Somehow he has made a bad break, and the enemy has got ahead of him. He must sweat blood to make up. My God, Peter, it's the solemnest moment of our lives. I don't see any light, but we mustn't miss any chances. I'm leaving it all to you." I spoke like a man in a fever, for after what I had been through I wasn't quite sane. My coolness in the pink chalet had given place to a crazy restlessness. I can see Peter yet, standing in the ring of lamplight, supporting himself by a chair back, wrinkling his brows and, as he always did in moments of excitement, scratching gently the tip of his left ear. His face was happy. "Never fear, Dick," he said. "It will all come right. On sal en plan make." And then, still possessed with a demon of disquiet, I was on the road again, heading for the pass that led to Italy. The mist had gone from the sky, and the stars were shining brightly. The moon, now at the end of its first quarter, was setting in a gap of the mountains, as I climbed the low col from the St. Anton Valley to the greater Storthal. There was frost and the hard snow crackled under my wheels, but there was also that feel in the air which preludes storm. I wondered if I should run into snow in the high hills. The whole land was deep in peace. There was not a light in the hamlets I passed through, not a soul on the highway. In the Storthal I joined the main road and swung to the left up the narrowing bed of the valley. The road was in noble condition, and the car was running finely, as I mounted through forests of snowy pines to a land where the mountains crept close together, and the highway coiled round the angles of great crags or skirted perilously some profound gorge, with only a line of wooden posts to defend it from the void. In places the snow stood in walls on either side, where the road was kept open by man's labor. In other parts it lay thin, and in the dim light one might have fancied that one was running through open meadowlands. Slowly my head was getting clearer, and I was able to look round my problem. I banished from my mind the situation I had left behind me. Blenkiron must cope with that as best he could. It lay with him to deal with the wild birds, my job was with Ivy alone. Sometime in the early morning he would reach Santa Chiara, and there he would find Mary. Beyond that my imagination could forecast nothing. She would be alone, I could trust his cleverness for that. He would try to force her to come with him, or he might persuade her with some lying story. Well, please God, I should come in for the tail end of the interview, and at the thought I cursed the steep gradients I was climbing, and longed for some magic to lift the Daimler beyond the summit and set it racing down the slope towards Italy. I think it was about 3:30 when I saw the lights of the frontier post. The air seemed milder than in the valleys, and there was a soft scurry of snow on my right cheek. A couple of sleepy Swiss sentries with their rifles in their hands stumbled out as I drew up. They took my pass into the hut and gave me an anxious quarter of an hour while they examined it. The performance was repeated 50 yards on at the Italian post, where to my alarm the sentries were inclined to conversation. I played the part of the sulky servant, answering in monosyllables and pretending to immense stupidity. "You are only just in time, friend," said one in German. "The weather grows bad and soon the pass will close." "Ah, it is as cold as last winter on the tonal. You remember, Giuseppe. But in the end they let me move on. For a little I felt my way gingerly, for on the summit the road had many twists and the snow was confusing to the eyes. Presently came a sharp drop and I let the Daimler go. It grew colder, and I shivered a little. The snow became a wet white fog around the glowing arc of the headlights, and always the road fell, now in long curves, now in steep short dips, till I was aware of a glen opening towards the south. From long living in the wilds I have a kind of sense for landscape without the testimony of the eyes, and I knew where the ravine narrowed or widened though it was black darkness. In spite of my restlessness I had to go slowly, for after the first rush downhill I realized that, unless I was careful, I might wreck the car and spoil everything. The surface of the road on the southern slope of the mountains was 1000% worse than that on the other. I skidded and side-slipped, and once grazed the edge of the gorge. It was far more maddening than the climb up, for then it had been a straightforward grind with the Daimler doing its utmost, whereas now I had to hold her back because of my own lack of skill. I reckon that time crawling down from the summit of the Storb as some of the weariest hours I ever spent. Quite suddenly I ran out of the ill weather into a different climate. The sky was clear above me, and I saw that dawn was very near. The first pine woods were beginning, and at last came a straight slope where I could let the car out. I began to recover my spirits, which had been very dashed, and to reckon the distance I had still to travel. And then, without warning, a new world sprang up around me. Out of the blue dusk white shapes rose like ghosts, peaks and needles and domes of ice, their bases fading mistily into shadow, but the tops kindling till they glowed like jewels. I had never seen such a sight, and the wonder of it for a moment drove anxiety from my heart. More, it gave me an earnest of victory. I was in clear air once more, and surely in this diamond ether the foul things which loved the dark must be worsted. And then I saw, a mile ahead, the little square red-roofed building which I knew to be the Inn of Santa Chiara. It was here that misfortune met me. I had grown careless now, and looked rather at the house than the road. At one point the hillside had slipped down. It must have been recent, for the road was well kept, and I did not notice the landslide till I was on it. I slewed to the right, took too wide a curve, and before I knew the car was over the far edge. I slapped on the brakes, but to avoid turning turtle I had to leave the road altogether. I slithered down a steep bank into a meadow, where for my sins I ran into a fallen tree trunk with a jar that shook me out of my seat and nearly broke my arm. Before I examined the car I knew what had happened. The front axle was bent, and the off-front wheel badly buckled. I had not time to curse my stupidity. I clambered back to the road and set off running down it at my best speed. I was mortally stiff, for Ivia's rack was not good for the joints, but I realized it only as a drag on my pace, not as an affliction in itself. My whole mind was set on the house before me and what might be happening there. There was a man at the door of the inn, who, when he caught sight of my figure, began to move to meet me. I saw that it was Launcelot Wake, and the sight gave me hope. But his face frightened me. It was drawn and haggard like one who never sleeps, and his eyes were hot coals. "Hannah," he cried, "for God's sake, what does it mean? Where is Mary?" I gasped, and I remember I clutched at a lapel of his coat. He pulled me to the low stone wall by the roadside. "I don't know," he said hoarsely. "We got your orders to come here this morning. We were at Giovagno, where Blenkiron told us to wait. But last night Mary disappeared. I found she had hired a carriage and come on ahead. I followed at once, and reached here an hour ago to find her gone. The woman who keeps the place is away and there are only 2 old servants left. They tell me that Mary came here late, and that very early in the morning a closed car came over the Storb with a man in it. They say he asked to see the young lady, and that they talked together for some time, and that then she went off with him in the car down the valley. I must have passed it on my way up. There's been some black devilment that I can't follow. Who was the man? Who was the man?" He looked as if he wanted to throttle me. "I can tell you that," I said. "It was Ivy." He stared for a second as if he didn't understand. Then he leaped to his feet and cursed like a trooper. "You've botched it, as I knew you would. I knew no good would come of your infernal subtleties." And he consigned me and Blenkiron and the British Army and Ivy and everybody else to the devil. I was past being angry. "Sit down, man," I said, "and listen to me." I told him of what had happened at the Pink Chalet. He heard me out with his head in his hands. The thing was too bad for cursing. "The Underground Railway," he groaned. "The thought of it drives me mad." "Why are you so calm, Hannah? She's in the hands of the cleverest devil in the world, and you take it quietly. You should be a raving lunatic." "I would be if it were any use, but I did all my raving last night in that den of Ivy's. We've got to pull ourselves together, Wake. First of all, I trust Mary to the other side of eternity. She went with him of her own free will. I don't know why, but she must have had a reason, and be sure it was a good one, for she's far cleverer than you or me. We've got to follow her somehow. Ivy is bound for Germany, but his route is by the Pink Chalet, for he hopes to pick me up there. He went down the valley, therefore he is going to Switzerland by the Marjolana. That is a long circuit and will take him most of the day. Why he chose that way I don't know, but there it is. We've got to get back by the Storb." "How did you come?" he asked. "That's our damnable luck. I came in a first-class 6-cylinder Daimler, which is now lying a wreck in a meadow a mile up the road. We've got to foot it. We can't do it. It would take too long. Besides, there's the frontier to pass." I remembered ruefully that I might have got a return passport from the Portuguese Jew, if I had thought of anything at the time beyond getting to Santa Chiara. Then we must make a circuit by the hillside and dodge the guards. It's no use making difficulties, Wake. We're fairly up against it, but we've got to go on trying till we drop. Otherwise I'll take your advice and go mad. And supposing you get back to St. Anton, you'll find the house shut up and the travellers gone hours before by the underground railway. Very likely. But, man, there's always the glimmering of a chance. It's no good chucking in your hand till the game's out. Drop your proverbial philosophy, Mr. Martin Tupper, and look up there. He had one foot on the wall and was staring at a cleft in the snow line across the valley. The shoulder of a high peak dropped sharply to a kind of nick and rose again in a long graceful curve of snow. All below the nick was still in deep shadow, but from the configuration of the slopes I judged that a tributary glacier ran from it to the main glacier at the river head. "That's the Col del Rondoni," he said, "the Col of the Swallows. It leads straight to the Storthal near Grunewald. On a good day I have done it in 7 hours, but it's not a pass for winter time. It has been done of course, but not often. Yet, if the weather held, it might go even now, and that would bring us to St. Anton by the evening. I wonder," and he looked me over with an appraising eye, "I wonder if you're up to it." My stiffness had gone and I burned to set my restlessness to physical toil. "If you can do it, I can," I said. "No. There you're wrong. You're a hefty fellow, but you're no mountaineer, and the ice of the Col del Rondoni needs knowledge. It would be insane to risk it with a novice, if there were any other way. But I'm damned if I see any, and I'm going to chance it. We can get a rope and axes in the inn. Are you game?" "Right you are. 7 hours, you say? We've got to do it in 6. You will be humbler when you get on the ice," he said grimly. "We'd better breakfast, for the Lord knows when we shall see food again." We left the inn at 5 minutes to 9, with the sky cloudless and a stiff wind from the northwest, which we felt even in the deep-cut valley. Wake walked with a long, slow stride that tried my patience. I wanted to hustle, but he bade me keep in step. "You take your orders from me, for I've been at this job before. Discipline in the ranks, remember." We crossed the river gorge by a plank bridge, and worked our way up the right bank, past the moraine, to the snout of the glacier. It was bad going, for the snow concealed the boulders, and I often floundered in holes. Wake never relaxed his stride, but now and then he stopped to sniff the air. I observed that the weather looked good, and he differed. "It's too clear. There'll be a full-blown gale on the Col and most likely snow in the afternoon." He pointed to a fat yellow cloud that was beginning to bulge over the nearest peak. After that I thought he lengthened his stride. "Lucky I had these boots resoled and nailed at Giovagno," was the only other remark he made till we had passed the sracks of the main glacier and turned up the lesser ice stream from the Col del Rondoni. By 10:30 we were near its head, and I could see clearly the ribbon of pure ice between black crags too steep for snow to lie on, which was the means of ascent to the kernel. The sky had clouded over, and ugly streamers floated on the high slopes. We tied on the rope at the foot of the bergsgrund, which was easy to pass because of the winter's snow. Wake led, of course, and presently we came on to the icefall. In my time I had done a lot of scrambling on rocks and used to promise myself a season in the Alps to test myself on the big peaks. If I ever go it will be to climb the honest rock towers around Chamonix, for I won't have anything to do with snow mountains. That day on the Col del Rondoni fairly sickened me of ice. I dare say I might have liked it if I had done it in a holiday mood, at leisure and in good spirits. But to crawl up that couloir with a sick heart and a desperate impulse to hurry was the worst sort of nightmare. The place was as steep as a wall of smooth black ice that seemed hard as granite. Wake did the step cutting, and I admired him enormously. He did not seem to use much force, but every step was hewn cleanly the right size, and they were spaced the right distance. In this job he was the true professional. I was thankful Blenkiron was not with us, for the thing would have given a squirrel vertigo. The chips of ice slithered between my legs and I could watch them till they brought up just above the bergsgrund. The ice was in shadow and it was bitterly cold. As we crawled up I had not the exercise of using the axe to warm me, and I got very numb standing on one leg waiting for the next step. Worse still, my legs began to cramp. I was in good condition, but that time under Ivier's rack had played the mischief with my limbs. Muscles got out of place in my calves and stood in aching lumps, till I almost squealed with the pain of it. I was mortally afraid I should slip, and every time I moved I called out to Wake to warn him. He saw what was happening and got the pick of his axe fixed in the ice before I was allowed to stir. He spoke often to cheer me up, and his voice had none of its harshness. He was like some ill-tempered generals I have known, very gentle in a battle. At the end the snow began to fall, a soft powder like the overspill of a storm raging beyond the crest. It was just after that Wake cried out that in 5 minutes we would be at the summit. He consulted his wristwatch. Jolly good time, too. Only 25 minutes behind my best. It's not 1 o'clock. The next I knew I was lying flat on a pad of snow easing my cramped legs, while Wake shouted in my ear that we were in for something bad. I was aware of a driving blizzard, but I had no thought of anything but the blessed relief from pain. I lay for some minutes on my back with my legs stiff in the air and the toes turned inwards, while my muscles fell into their proper place. It was certainly no spot to linger in. We looked down into a trough of driving mist, which sometimes swirled aside and showed a knuckle of black rock far below. We ate some chocolate, while Wake shouted in my ear that now we had less step cutting. He did his best to cheer me, but he could not hide his anxiety. Our faces were frosted over like a wedding cake and the sting of the wind was like a whiplash on our eyelids. The first part was easy, down a slope of firm snow where steps were not needed. Then came ice again, and we had to cut into it below the fresh surface snow. This was so laborious that Wake took to the rocks on the right side of the couloir, where there was some shelter from the main force of the blast. I found it easier, for I knew something about rocks, but it was difficult enough with every handhold and foothold glazed. Presently we were driven back again to the ice, and painfully cut our way through a throat of the ravine where the sides narrowed. There the wind was terrible, for the narrows made a kind of funnel, and we descended, plastered against the wall, and scarcely able to breathe, while the tornado plucked at our bodies as if it would whisk us like wisps of grass into the abyss. After that the gorge widened and we had an easier slope, till suddenly we found ourselves perched on a great tongue of rock round which the snow blew like the froth in a whirlpool. As we stopped for breath, Wake shouted in my ear that this was the Black Stone. "The what?" I yelled. "The Schwarzstein. The Swiss call the pass the Schwarzstein Thor. You can see it from Grunewald. I suppose every man has a tinge of superstition in him." To hear that name in that ferocious place gave me a sudden access of confidence. I seemed to see all my doings as part of a great predestined plan. Surely it was not for nothing that the word which had been the key of my first adventure in the long tussle should appear in this last phase. I felt new strength in my legs and more vigor in my lungs. "A good omen," I shouted. "Wake, old man, we're going to win out." "The worst is still to come," he said. He was right. To get down that tongue of rock to the lower snows of the couloir was a job that fairly brought us to the end of our tether. I can feel yet the sour, bleak smell of wet rock and ice and the hard nerve pain that racked my forehead. The Kaffirs used to say that there were devils in the High Berg, and this place was assuredly given over to the powers of the air who had no thought of human life. I seemed to be in the world which had endured from the eternity before man was dreamed of. There was no mercy in it, and the elements were pitting their immortal strength against two pygmies who had profaned their sanctuary. I yearned for warmth, for the glow of a fire, for a tree or blade of grass or anything which meant the sheltered homeliness of mortality. I knew then what the Greeks meant by panic, for I was scared by the apathy of nature. But the terror gave me a kind of comfort, too. Ivier and his doings seemed less formidable. Let me but get out of this cold hell and I could meet him with a new confidence. Wake led, for he knew the road and the road wanted knowing. Otherwise he should have been last on the rope, for that is the place of the better man in a descent. I had some horrible moments following on when the rope grew taut, for I had no help from it. We zigzagged down the rock, sometimes driven to the ice of the adjacent couloirs, sometimes on the outer ridge of the Black Stone, sometimes wriggling down little cracks and over evil boiler plates. The snow did not lie on it, but the rock crackled with thin ice or oozed ice water. Often it was only by the grace of God that I did not fall headlong, and pull Wake out of his hold to the bergsgrund far below. I slipped more than once, but always by a miracle recovered myself. To make things worse, Wake was tiring. I could feel him drag on the rope, and his movements had not the precision they had had in the morning. He was the mountaineer, and I the novice. If he gave out, we should never reach the valley. The fellow was clear grit all through. When we reached the foot of the tooth and sat huddled up with our faces away from the wind, I saw that he was on the edge of fainting. What that effort must have cost him in the way of resolution you may guess, but he did not fail till the worst was past. His lips were colorless, and he was choking with the nausea of fatigue. I found a flask of brandy in his pocket, and a mouthful revived him. "I'm all out," he said. "The road's easier now, and I can direct you about the rest. You'd better leave me. I'll only be a drag. I'll come on when I feel better." "No, you don't, you old fool. You've got me over that infernal iceberg, and I'm going to see you home." I rubbed his arms and legs and made him swallow some chocolate. But when he got on his feet he was as doddery as an old man. Happily we had an easy course down a snow gradient, which we glissaded in very unorthodox style. The swift motion freshened him up a little, and he was able to put on the brake with his axe to prevent us cascading into the bergsgrund. We crossed it by a snow bridge, and started out on the sracks of the Schwarzstein Glacier. I am no mountaineer, not of the snow and ice kind, anyway, but I have a big share of physical strength and I wanted it all now. For those sracks were an invention of the devil. To traverse that labyrinth in a blinding snowstorm, with a fainting companion who was too weak to jump the narrowest crevasse, and who hung on the rope like lead when there was occasion to use it, was more than I could manage. Besides, every step that brought us nearer to the valley now increased my eagerness to hurry, and wandering in that maze of clotted ice was like the nightmare when you stand on the rails with the express coming and are too weak to climb on the platform. As soon as possible I left the glacier for the hillside, and though that was laborious enough in all conscience, yet it enabled me to steer a straight course. Wake never spoke a word. When I looked at him his face was ashen under a gale which should have made his cheeks glow, and he kept his eyes half closed. He was staggering on at the very limits of his endurance. By and by we were on the moraine, and after splashing through a dozen little glacier streams came on a track which led up the hillside. Wake nodded feebly when I asked if this was right. Then to my joy I saw a gnarled pine. I untied the rope and Wake dropped like a log on the ground. "Leave me," he groaned. "I'm fairly done. I'll come on later." And he shut his eyes. My watch told me that it was after 5 o'clock. "Get on my back," I said. "I won't part from you till I've found a cottage. You're a hero. You've brought me over those damned mountains in a blizzard, and that's what no other man in England would have done. Get up." He obeyed, for he was too far gone to argue. I tied his wrists together with a handkerchief below my chin, for I wanted my arms to hold up his legs. The rope and axes I left in a cache beneath the pine tree. Then I started trotting down the track for the nearest dwelling. My strength felt inexhaustible and the quicksilver in my bones drove me forward. The snow was still falling, but the wind was dying down, and after the inferno of the pass it was like summer. The road wound over the shale of the hillside and then into what in spring must have been upland meadows. Then it ran among trees, and far below me on the right I could hear the glacier river churning in its gorge. Soon little empty huts appeared, and rough enclosed paddocks, and presently I came out on a shelf above the stream and smelled the wood smoke of a human habitation. I found a middle-aged peasant in the cottage, a guide by profession in summer and a woodcutter in winter. "I have brought my hare from Santa Chiara," I said, "over the Schwarzenstein Thor. He is very weary and must sleep." I decanted Wake into a chair, and his head nodded on his chest. But his color was better. "You and your hare are fools," said the man gruffly, but not unkindly. "He must sleep or he will have a fever. The Schwarzenstein Thor in this devil's weather. Is he English?" "Yes," I said, "like all madmen. But he's a good hare, and a brave mountaineer." We stripped Wake of his Red Cross uniform, now a collection of sopping rags, and got him between blankets with a huge earthenware bottle of hot water at his feet. The woodcutter's wife boiled milk, and this, with a little brandy added, we made him drink. I was quite easy in my mind about him, for I had seen this condition before. In the morning he would be as stiff as a poker, but recovered. "Now I'm off for St. Anton," I said. "I must get there tonight." "You are the hardy one," the man laughed. "I will show you the quick road to Grunewald, where is the railway. With good fortune you may get the last train." I gave him 50 francs on my hare's behalf, learned his directions for the road, and set off after a draught of goat's milk, munching my last slab of chocolate. I was still strung up to a mechanical activity, and I ran every inch of the 3 miles to the Storthal without consciousness of fatigue. I was 20 minutes too soon for the train, and, as I sat on a bench on the platform, my energy suddenly ebbed away. That is what happens after a great exertion. I longed to sleep, and when the train arrived I crawled into a carriage like a man with a stroke. There seemed to be no force left in my limbs. I realized that I was leg-weary, which is a thing you see sometimes with horses, but not often with men. All the journey I lay like a log in a kind of coma, and it was with difficulty that I recognized my destination, and stumbled out of the train. But I had no sooner emerged from the station of St. Anton than I got my second wind. Much snow had fallen since yesterday, but it had stopped now. The sky was clear, and the moon was riding. The sight of the familiar place brought back all my anxieties. The day on the Col of the Swallows was wiped out of my memory, and I saw only the inn at Santa Chiara, and heard Wake's hoarse voice speaking of Mary. The lights were twinkling from the village below, and on the right I saw the clump of trees which held the pink chalet. I took a short cut across the fields, avoiding the little town. I ran hard, stumbling often, for though I had got my mental energy back my legs were still precarious. The station clock had told me that it was nearly 9:30. Soon I was on the high road, and then at the chalet gates. I heard as in a dream what seemed to be 3 shrill blasts on a whistle. Then a big car passed me, making for St. Anton. For a second I would have hailed it, but it was past me and away. But I had a conviction that my business lay in the house, for I thought Ivy was there, and Ivy was what mattered. I marched up the drive with no sort of plan in my head, only a blind rushing on fate. I remembered dimly that I had still 3 cartridges in my revolver. The front door stood open and I entered and tiptoed down the passage to the room where I had found the Portuguese Jew. No one hindered me, but it was not for lack of servants. I had the impression that there were people near me in the darkness, and I thought I heard German softly spoken. There was someone ahead of me, perhaps the speaker, for I could hear careful footsteps. It was very dark, but a ray of light came from below the door of the room. Then behind me I heard the hall door clang, and the noise of a key turned in its lock. I had walked straight into a trap and all retreat was cut off. My mind was beginning to work more clearly, though my purpose was still vague. I wanted to get at Ivy and I believed that he was somewhere in front of me. And then I thought of the door which led from the chamber where I had been imprisoned. If I could enter that way I would have the advantage of surprise. I groped on the right-hand side of the passage and found a handle. It opened upon what seemed to be a dining room, for there was a faint smell of food. Again I had the impression of people near, who for some unknown reason did not molest me. At the far end I found another door, which led to a second room, which I guessed to be adjacent to the library. Beyond it again must lie the passage from the chamber with the rack. The whole place was as quiet as a shell. I had guessed right. I was standing in the passage where I had stood the night before. In front of me was the library, and there was the same chink of light showing. Very softly I turned the handle and opened it a crack. The first thing that caught my eye was the profile of Ivy. He was looking towards the writing table, where someone was sitting. Chapter 18 The Underground Railway. This is the story which I heard later from Mary. She was at Milan with the new Anglo-American hospital when she got Blenkiron's letter. Santa Chiara had always been the place agreed upon, and this message mentioned specifically Santa Chiara, and fixed a date for her presence there. She was a little puzzled by it, for she had not yet had a word from Ivy, to whom she had written twice by the roundabout address in France which Beaumaires had given her. She did not believe that he would come to Italy in the ordinary course of things, and she wondered at Blenkiron's certainty about the date. The following morning came a letter from Ivy in which he ardently pressed for a meeting. It was the first of several, full of strange talk about some approaching crisis, in which the forebodings of the prophet were mingled with the solicitude of a lover. "The storm is about to break," he wrote, "and I cannot think only of my own fate. I have something to tell you which vitally concerns yourself. You say you are in Lombardy. The Giovagno Valley is within easy reach, and at its head is the inn of Santa Chiara, to which I come on the morning of the 19th of March. Meet me there even if only for half an hour, I implore you. We have already shared hopes and confidences, and I would now share with you a knowledge which I alone in Europe possess. You have the heart of a lion, my lady, worthy of what I can bring you. Wake was summoned from the Kreuzrosser unit with which he was working at Weissensee, and the plan arranged by Blenkiron was faithfully carried out. 4 officers of the Alpini, in the rough dress of peasants of the hills, met them in Giovagno on the morning of the 18th. It was arranged that the hostess of Santa Chiara should go on a visit to her sister's son, leaving the inn, now in the shuttered quiet of wintertime, under the charge of 2 ancient servants. The hour of Ivia's coming on the 19th had been fixed by him for noon, and that morning Mary would drive up the valley, while Wake and the Alpini went inconspicuously by other routes so as to be in station around the place before midday. But on the evening of the 18th at the Hotel of the Four Kings in Giovagno, Mary received another message. It was from me and told her that I was crossing the Storb at midnight and would be at the inn before dawn. It begged her to meet me there, to meet me alone without the others, because I had that to say to her which must be said before Ivia is coming. I have seen the letter. It was written in a hand which I could not have distinguished from my own scrawl. It was not exactly what I would myself have written, but there were phrases in it which to Mary's mind could have come only from me. Oh, I admit it was cunningly done, especially the love-making, which was just the kind of stammering thing which I would have achieved if I had tried to put my feelings on paper. Anyhow, Mary had no doubt of its genuineness. She slipped off after dinner, hired a carriage with 2 broken-winded screws and set off up the valley. She left a line for Wake telling him to follow according to the plan, a line which he never got, for his anxiety when he found she had gone drove him to immediate pursuit. At about 2 in the morning of the 19th, after a slow and icy journey, she arrived at the inn, knocked up the aged servants, made herself a cup of chocolate out of her tea basket and sat down to wait on my coming. She has described to me that time of waiting. A homemade candle in a tall earthenware candlestick lit up the little salle manger, which was the one room in use. The world was very quiet, the snow muffled the roads, and it was cold with the penetrating chill of the small hours of a March night. Always, she has told me, will the taste of chocolate and the smell of burning tallow bring back to her that strange place and the flutter of the heart with which she waited. For she was on the eve of the crisis of all our labors. She was very young, and youth has a quick fancy which will not be checked. Moreover, it was I who was coming, and save for the scrawl of the night before, we had had no communication for many weeks. She tried to distract her mind by repeating poetry, and the thing that came into her head was Keats's Nightingale, an odd poem for the time and place. There was a long wicker chair among the furnishings of the room, and she lay down on it with her fur cloak muffled around her. There were sounds of movement in the inn. The old woman who had let her in, with the scent of intrigue of her kind, had brightened when she heard that another guest was coming. Beautiful women do not travel at midnight for nothing. She also was awake and expectant. Then quite suddenly came the sound of a car slowing down outside. She sprang to her feet in a tremor of excitement. It was like the Picardy Chateau again, the dim room and a friend coming out of the night. She heard the front door open and a step in the little hall. She was looking at Ivier. He slipped his driving coat off as he entered, and bowed gravely. He was wearing a green hunting suit which in the dusk seemed like khaki, and, as he was about my own height, for a second she was misled. Then she saw his face and her heart stopped. "You," she cried. She had sunk back again on the wicker chair. "I have come as I promised," he said, "but a little earlier. You will forgive me my eagerness to be with you." She did not heed his words, for her mind was feverishly busy. My letter had been a fraud and this man had discovered our plans. She was alone with him, for it would be hours before her friends came from Giovagno. He had the game in his hands, and of all our confederacy she alone remained to confront him. Mary's courage was pretty near perfect, and for the moment she did not think of herself or her own fate. That came later. She was possessed with poignant disappointment at our failure. All our efforts had gone to the winds, and the enemy had won with contemptuous ease. Her nervousness disappeared before the intense regret, and her brain set coolly and busily to work. It was a new Ivier who confronted her, a man with vigor and purpose in every line of him and the quiet confidence of power. He spoke with a serious courtesy. "The time for make-believe is past," he was saying. "We have fenced with each other. I have told you only half the truth, and you have always kept me at arm's length. But you knew in your heart, my dearest lady, that there must be the full truth between us some day, and that day has come. I have often told you that I love you. I do not come now to repeat that declaration. I come to ask you to entrust yourself to me, to join